vermisse das Essen meiner Frau. Sie macht die beste Sauerkrautsuppe. Das hier ist gut, aber es ist nicht dasselbe.
All right, welcome, my dear friends, to another late night stream. And yeah, today, as you see, it is UBOAT again. Yeah, I still have a little bit more time free than usually, so I'm streaming on extraordinary times, like for example Monday night. And although I also did some DayZ streaming the last days, whenever I had some out of schedule streamings, tonight I somehow felt the urge to get back to UBOAT. And we are doing a complete playthrough while slipping into the role of a German submarine commander in Second World War. So we started in the very beginning of September 39 in Wilhelmshaven with a tiny Type 2 submarine. And yeah, we were successful in the close vicinity, North Sea, closer Atlantic, and were, after a while, transferred to La Rochelle and promoted to captain to command a Type 7. And with the Type 7 we were able to push far into the Atlantic, doing the Black Pit missions and finally getting access to milk cows, kind of mobile gas stations, where we were able to refill, refuel and reach mission areas at the coast of the back then enemy. We were successful as well and went back, transferred to Bergen, and then it took us quite a while to finish the Arctic convoys missions. They were pretty tough, but we did it, and after that we we went via the Strait of Gibraltar, transferred to the port of La Spezia, and did this mission set here successfully as well in the Mediterranean. That was actually the first time ever that I went to the Mediterranean in the game. And after that, we went back out again, transferred back to La Rochelle, and right now we are doing the Last Stand mission set in the Middle Atlantic again. And what we experience is a lot of air patrols. This is why we are submerged right now. And yeah, we used already a few repair kits, but I think we only used it because I did some kind of test diving to improve the sturdiness of the boat. So in total, I am playing with almost maximum difficulty level, and I'm using only one single mod, and this is the Deep Leaks mod, which kind of modifies the behavior of the boat leak-wise when you dive. So from something like 160 meters onwards, there is a probability, the deeper you go, the higher the probability that some gaskets blow away or some pipes give way, and you have kind of minor leaks, which might sum up to quite some considerable leaks. And yeah, you can repair them and build up something like what is called a readiness of the boat. Like when you do a lot of these deep dives, and each gasket that you replace is better afterwards. So that means when you do these test dives and repair leaks, you decrease the probability of having these kind of leaks next time. In the vanilla game, it's much simpler. You dive and dive, nothing happens, and then when you reach crush depths, you have game over. So I pretty much love this Mod, it seems to be pretty stable. It still perfectly works after the update. And yeah, here I am with that one. Yeah, we are on the way to this particular area here to do a mission. So yeah, let's share this mission with you, just as I shared any of the hundreds of missions that we already did in all these theaters here. And since a while I also upload what I do afterwards, after the Twitch stream, upload it to YouTube. So sorry guys that but I just don't have the time to do the cutting of all these, so I just upload the whole streams, and everybody may feel invited to go fast forward through it, find some interesting parts. Now the question is whether we would dare to get back to the surface. We have a pretty small vision range at night. We are at periscope depth. Question is whether we dare to go back to the surface. What we actually could do also would be to put up the snorkel and stay like that. To be honest, I don't quite remember what the status was when we left this game a few days ago. Whether there is still airplanes around. Yeah, come on. Let's give it a save. I always give it a new save when I start a new stream. W514 is the number. And what we can do is we could go deck awash, which means that we only blow part of the ballast tanks so that we can faster dive again, just in case we see something up there that we don't like.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Funkfeldsignale geortet. Peilung 340 Grad.
Okay, still there is still something around at 340, which is 20 degrees port actually. So Captain, so we are operating the radar detector, but as we are only deck afloat, obviously the crew can't go for the bridge, for the conning tower. And as there is the signal still present, I think we should better go back for periscope depth.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
And yeah, let's apply the snorkel.
Schnorchel ausfahren.
So we could stick to the diesel, even if we were submerged at periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't fast enough for the snorkel. There it comes. I quite like that animation. But let's just hope that they can't spot the snorkel. The performance of the enemy radar gets really better and better over the years into the war. And yeah, the progression of the enemy's technologies really changes the situation over the years, and yeah, keeps the game a thrill. Even if you do a complete walkthrough through the war, the situation changes, tactics change. So pretty good implementation of that evolution over the war. Of course, also we are developing new technologies, like for example the snorkel, which you don't have available at the beginning of the war. Just a bit of water in the bilge, almost nothing. Yeah, at the moment I'm offering 3 different types of food. I don't really need that, but I have no other way than storing that in the galley at the moment, because I always try to keep one inventory slot free. So here we are, submerged. And after that check, we still have that radar contact, and as we don't have a hydrophone contact, that must mean that the radar contact is airborne. Yeah, air quality is slowly improving when you have the snorkel applied, but it's really slow because you have pretty low cross-section of the snorkel, so very low rate of ventilation. But as we are going via diesel now, with the snorkel, the battery is being recharged. So let's do a little bit of time acceleration. Time, it's 9:30 in the evening. So now we were submerged for half an hour.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
That was the change of watch.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Yeah, we can go all the way submerged if we like to, but right now
Vorfluten.
let's go back to the surface for now. Yeah, for deco wash, of course, we also need a bit of compressed air.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 190
Eines
Grad.
unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein mögliches Ziel innerhalb unserer Reichweite gemeldet.
Okay. An Allied submarine reports that there is a target close. Well, not close, but at least to be reached. Yeah, we have to check that on the map, and 190 degrees. That was the report of our radio man. So the contact is there. Question is whether or not that contact is still, yeah, it could still be considered as a threat. Now we're deck a wash, aren't we? Let's send the bosun to the bridge to watch for contacts.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
Still pretty low vision range at night, just 1 mile. So if the airplanes might have us on the radar, we would have very, very short warning time if they would lock in on us. So they might detect us on their radar, come in for us, and we would only detect them visually when they're 1 mile away. So I think I'm gonna go back down. Hey, good evening, Nico. Nice to have you in. How are you doing? How was your start into the week? Yeah, let's go for Periscope again. Maybe I would turn on the compressor. It is turned on, very good. Electric and diesel, yeah, now that we are going with snorkel. Let's see what happens when we're back down again.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, well, as I used to say, my usual streaming dates are Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. And this is what I did. And the other dates that I had now, the other sessions that I put in, as I have some extra time at the moment, I did Daisy. But tonight I was pretty much in the U-boat mode again. Yeah, as a U-boat addict, I couldn't stand doing other games more than 3 days in a row without returning back to U-boat. So now that I'm down here, did they turn off the compressor? Obviously they did. Well, let's turn on the electric compressor anyway. So the diesel is running, the diesel is reloading the battery anyway, as long as we are going with the snorkel. And now I'm curious how much energy the electric compressor will drain from the batteries and how much the diesel engine will reload. Okay, see, the electric compressor drains 12 per minute and the diesel engines give us back 40, a bit more than 13. Okay. So the diesels give all back that we drain with the gyro and the electric compressor. Alles klar. So battery is at 100%. And we are on the move towards our target area. But now remember, when we dipped the surface, we had a radio report, convoy side square BF 167. So BF 167, let's check where that is. BF 167. So that would be here. BF 167. Convoy reported there. Time March 26 at about 2:30. And what's the course? Roughly 260. Course 260 with 6 knots. So if this is 0, then 260 would be minus 100 degrees. So that guy would be going that way, roughly. And they say it's going 6 knots, right? So what we can tell is that after 10 hours, the guy would have traveled 60 miles. So that would be their position after 10 hours. And what would be our position? The point now is, can we go back to the surface and go flank speed? So then 1 hour would bring us there. That's the question. Do we dare to go to the surface now and go flank? By the way, let's try. What is our maximum speed underwater when we go flank? Must definitely be slower than on the surface. From all that drag, additional drag. For a modern submarine, it maybe wouldn't make a difference. I mean, these nuclear submarines, they are probably underwater as fast as they are at the surface. Sorry, to be honest, I think I don't know that song. Hey, Oblivion, nice to have you in. How are you doing? So we are doing U-boat again tonight. And now flank speed submerged with the snorkel only lets us do 13 to 14 knots. So Yeah, that's great. Hope you had a good start into the week. And yeah, let's get to the surface and see if we can afford to be there. To be faster. Let's give it a save once more. Yeah, I'm still worried about that air contact, that air radar contact that we have. It might still pick us up, but yeah, come on.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Beyond the sea? Which one is it?
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 120 Grad.
5 hints for a noob in the game. So Nico, I will answer your question in a minute, but let's first go into... Let's first check the signal. At 120 degrees. There is still a radio signal at 120 degrees. Okay. So it looks like they are kind of moving. That would mean that they're not that far away. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, let's run in the snorkel for now. And 5 hints for a noob in the game. Yeah, one hint might be that you can customize the difficulty level very detailed. So I would spend a little while on the customization of the difficulty level, and don't be ashamed to make it a little bit more easy in the beginning. Second, yeah, if you want to have the fun of crew management, you should maybe watch 1 or 2 YouTube videos which explain a little bit more in detail how the crew management actually works, like here, addressing the tasks to the officers and the crew and the watch schedule and the squads, these things. So that was tip number 2. Yep, silent ambush. And although you need to be invisible, my third tip would be, when you do a torpedo attack, get as close as 1,000 meters at least. So go definitely below a mile when you fire a torpedo, or you will have too high probability of a miss. And what else? Yeah, start the earliest date in the war, because back then the enemy is not yet as able. And a few years ago I would have given you the tip, don't use the tutorial missions, but I hope that they are fixed meanwhile. Years ago when I did the tutorial missions, they were rather broken and didn't quite work. Particularly, it completely mixed up your game when you did them when you were already in a campaign. Yeah, Nico, exactly. Yeah, that would be it. That was now 3, 4 or 5 tips, right? Yeah, and patience. The game is not an arcade game. Depending on your patience, I mean, the more patient you are with these things, and willing to learn the beautiful mechanics of the game, the more I would recommend that you already in the beginning go to the higher difficulty levels. But yeah, it might be a bit tricky in the beginning, for example, finding out the course of the enemy, its speed and all distance and all that. And maybe for motivation it would be better to do it a bit more lower difficulty level. So up there we see that there we have the enemy airplane at the moment at 60 degrees. No, it's not at 60 degrees. It's at roughly 90 degrees. Yeah. Yeah, it could. And I'm not quite sure. In the beginning of the war, they are not that able, but later in the war, they can easily detect you on 500 meters when you're submerged. But it pretty much differs. So what I later in the war do, because the enemy becomes so good in detecting you, is that I put myself in front of a convoy and just dive to periscope depth and turn everything off and let them just run across me. And even then, sometimes they detect you. Yeah, the destroyer game, but it's not as beautifully done as this one here, I would say. Hey, weight loss, nice to have you in. Good evening. So tonight I pretty much felt in the mood to come back to our favorite U-boat. Nice to have you in. I hope you had a good start into the week. Hey, Nico, you were asking about what type of music I usually hear, and yeah, I would say I'm always, unsure about names of genres, but maybe you could say what I'm listening to is something like rock and roll and blues, rock, going from AC/DC to Muddy Waters, and a lot of stuff. Yeah, lately I I had one of my good old CDs fell into my hand, and I also found it then on Spotify, so here the name Dexter Holland. What was the name? Offspring. Anybody remembers that band? I really loved that back in the days, and yeah, was listening to that lately in the car when I was going to my job. I was actually reminded of the band by a podcast of a few US guys that I used to listen to. It's called 1001 Album Complaints, and yeah, they pick a list of a guy who he did list 1001 rock and pop albums you must have heard before you die, And these guys, they actually pick one of them week by week and discuss whether it's true that you really have to listen to them, to these albums, one by one. But that song that you mentioned, it really doesn't ring a bell, I have to admit. Is it a traditional, or could you name a band? Luckily, up to now, it seems like we are not being detected. But the contact is still there at roughly 90 degrees. So there is quite some high risk that they might detect us sooner or later and come in. But there is the first hint of sunlight. It's only 3 o'clock, but we already have a very faint violet on the horizon. You can compare. In the west we don't have that. So this is definitely the first announcement of the sun coming. Yeah, this contact is gaining on us. But at the moment I want to stay at the surface to go flank speed. You see we reach a maximum of 18 or 19 knots. And yeah, I want to go for 10 hours to intercept this convoy here that was reported. Question is whether I really want to do that, because we have not yet reached our mission area. By the way, let's see which areas are actually counting for the last stand. AK, AL, BD, BE. Okay, BD, BE, so this is here, BF not. So if we sink a ship around here, it wouldn't count for the last stand theater, and it would also not count for the particular mission, because we haven't reached the area yet. So what did I say? BD, BE, and AKAL, which is here, yeah. So probably it's not such a good idea to go for that convoy, because we would intercept it before we reach our actual mission area. So let's change course. Go there, say, when we are there in 10 hours, this convoy should be there. Yeah, let's ignore the convoy for now. But let's keep in mind that it might be going like that. So later, I have marked the time when it was reported, so later it's going with 6 miles per hour, so later we could extrapolate their position if we like to. Yeah, okay, now fingers crossed that this air patrol is not picking up our signal. We are actually using passive radar, so it might well be that we detect their radiation, but they don't detect our reflex. Yeah, of course, the reflex is much fainter. So they emit a high intensity radiation, which is reflected by a target like us. And yeah, of course, the intensity of the radiation that arrives at our ship is of much higher intensity. So easier to detect than the signal that is actually thrown back. So the range of the passive radar that we have should be considerably larger than their range. If we compare that, the detection systems are kind of comparable. If we assume that they're comparable. Okay, time acceleration. Yeah, I know. And what does it mean? Are they actually going for us? Okay. So let's send someone to the radio room. Okay, looks like the radio transmission was interrupted.
Ja?
Herr Kaloin?
There was a radio signal, a radio transmission from another submarine, but we didn't get it. Why did it interrupt? Yes, I don't know. Bad weather? Or here, due to a weak signal, bad weather, or some other reason, currently received transmission has been interrupted. Well, can't be helped. So, Mr. Hinrich, you can turn in again. Yeah, I called him out of his bunk. He was off watch. Do we still have the signal? Okay, looks like we got rid of... here we... Oh. Active radio transmission. At 40 miles, closing in.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Herr Kaloin?
Herr Kaloin?
Funkraum besetzen.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Okay, so if I man the radio, he can actually help us with that detection. So it's 43 miles estimate. So you can turn in again, Mr. Hinrich. I'll go for an hour and then you can give me another data point, please. Or half an hour. So, again, Mr. Hinrich, please. What's the situation now? Okay, it says it's still closing in, but it's not coming closer. It's still at 43 miles. Hey, ahoy, Volvolu, nice to have you in. How are you doing? How was your Monday?
hier etwas Unterstützung.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Teilung 150 Grad.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine as well. So, I'm gonna have a relatively quiet week compared to my last months. This week, I mean work-wise, and yeah, so some more time for streaming this week, particularly as my family is still away. And yeah, so there are not much other social obligations here at home, except for caring for our little rabbits.
Funkraum besetzen.
Yeah, check that again.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Herr Kapitän.
Mr. Hinrich. So please.
Funkraum besetzen.
Herr Kaloin.
We're not getting rid of that contact. But yeah, it might also be that it's always new planes. They can't be flying around there without refueling all the time, so it's definitely different patrols turning up again and again.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Wow, this guy is actually gaining on us, so I don't know. Either he's on a parallel course or he's intersecting us. That's not quite clear to say at the moment. So let's do a bit of time acceleration. What I don't quite understand, sometimes we get a position reading there and sometimes we don't. Maybe it's too far away now, so that we don't get that information. Yeah, looks like it's gone.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Looks like it's gone. That's good. Time acceleration. Change of watch again.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
So now that was not yet. Yeah, no, that was about 10 hours. So now this convoy should be roughly there if it wouldn't change course. Now let's extrapolate. Where would it be after another 60 hours? And our other 10 hours, they would be there. And our position after another 10 hours would be at minimum here. 1:15, 9:15, 11:15 actually. Yeah, that's weird, Nico, right? So not quite reliable, but my guess would be that when it is too far away, then you don't get that information. And if it's closest in, at one point you will get these details. Would be an explanation. I don't know if it is like that. So it's the watch of our bosun, Mr. Schulz. As he is no technician, he can't care for the engine, so let him do the improvement of position keeping on the map. Hey, removed koala. Good evening. How are you doing? And how was your Monday and your weekend? Yeah, the mechanics from moving the torpedoes from outside to inside, yeah. On the one hand, I think it's unrealistically fast, and on the other hand, you could so easily interrupt it. I mean, what would be realistic would be that, yeah, that you're really in trouble when you are air raided while you do that maneuver. And when you're once in the flow of reloading, of getting the torpedoes from outside to inside, that you just couldn't interrupt this operation in a few minutes. But yeah, you would be very much in trouble if an airplane would come in. Yeah, and the graphics implementation could really be a little bit nicer. The game is so beautiful in many aspects of the graphics, and that looks a little bit like they try to minimize their effort to implement it. Yeah, with kind of minimum effort. And yeah, I hope that in the future they do better, because the game actually lives from that. Yeah, beautiful, immersive atmosphere. And this, like you say, this procedure of getting outside torpedoes inside doesn't feel very immersive to me as well. We are reducing speed, so probably we will be not quite as fast. Yeah. Let's see where we are gonna be. At 11 o'clock. So right now. How beautiful. Sunset. Just talking about graphics. Graphical implementation and immersion. I love that. Change of watch again. So that was another 10 hours. So we were slower because we were not going flank speed anymore. And now another 10 hours would see them there, and it would see us. Now we are going with 14 knots. Maybe somewhere here. We are not going with flank speed anymore. That uses by far too much fuel. Yeah, I still have additional crewmates accompanying my engineers at the engine, so this would, even if we don't have to go flank speed, this would reduce the fuel usage. By the way, Discipline is on very high level. Yeah, of course, we just had the crew on 3 weeks shore leave before this mission. No, it doesn't make any difference. Everybody would recall that you're a German submarine. I think it's just cosmetics, whether you have the flag up or not. I don't really think that it makes any gameplay difference. Not to my knowledge.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Mr. Schulz's turn on the watch again. Yeah, my watch schedule is like I have 3 watch officers. That's our bosun, our chief engineer, and our first mechanic. So they take turns. 3 watches. Each watch is 8 bells, meaning 4 hours. And then for the radio and hydrophone, I have only these 2 guys, Mr. Hinrich and Mr. Strauss. First radio man, second radio man, and they take turns, but that means that each of them is doing 12-hour shifts in a row and taking turns. To go unnoticed, yeah. Well, there is one secret trick in the game to stay secret. You can dive. Okay. 115 degrees radio signal again. So let's send Mr. Hinrich to the radio and see whether we get some information. Shall we assume that as long as we don't get any detailed information from the radio that they are too far away still? No, don't set course on these coordinates. That was not my idea. Yes, you can, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have been reading too much historic sailing novels. Like O'Brien and Forrester from the Age of Sail, British Navy, and they used to have these kind of, well, 6-hour shifts. Although I think they did it a little bit different. They had the starboard and the port watch, and so they shifted every 4 hours. But that, to me, that sounds pretty tough. I mean, that you never have more than 4 hours sleep in a row. I'm not 100% sure if it did work like that. So to me it would make much more sense to have 3 watch groups. And, well, I faintly remember that I also read something about the forewatch, the midwatch, and the afterwatch. Leave the hatches open. Yeah, I'm a big fan of historic sailing stories, and so I can't claim that I have read all the O'Brien series of Jack Aubrey and Dr. Maturin. But let me see. How many of them? Let me briefly check how many of them I have here as printed version. Yeah, I have 6 printed book versions, and I think I read another 2 or something as ebook. Yeah, and also a few of the Forester. Actually, when I was 14, 15, I started to read the Forester series, and only a few years ago I actually ran into the O'Brien series, and looking back, I actually like the O'Brien series even better than the Forster series. Did I save? That was actually what I wanted to do. Getting distracted a bit. And yeah, Mr. Hinrich, you can step away. Get your sleep. Yeah, here Mr. Hinrich still has a pretty low fitness bar, which means that he really needs to get some sleep so that he's fit for his watch schedule next. Yeah, can you do that? I think you can't. You can't do it in the game, right? To dive with open hatches. Well, yeah, at that time, back in when I was 14, 15, I did dinghy sailing actually. So we went to quite a lot of regattas. How do you call that? Vorschoter in German. My sheetman. So I was on the helm and my pal was doing the foresheets. And we went to plenty of regattas in the area. But it was only on lakes. So I come from the middle of Germany, so no open sea close. But a lot of lakes. And so, yeah, there was plenty of opportunity. Twice we went to the Baltic, to the Travemünder Woche, a big regatta once a year. We went there twice. That was quite an adventure for us to go to the open sea with a dinghy, if you could call the Baltic open sea, but from our point of view it was pretty much. Yeah, and back then I had 2 wonderful holiday trips with my uncle who had a little yacht. And one of the trips even led us across the English Channel. So I actually once crossed the channel in a sailing vessel. But that's many years ago. And lately I don't have, to be honest, any practical relationship to sailing. Let's put on the pump briefly.
Pumpe einschalten.
Yeah, back then I was quite a sailing nerd, so I could tell you all the names of a full rigged ships, lines and sails and everything. And yeah, I also built a wooden ship back then, really with planks and everything. It was a schooner, two-masted. It's still in the cellar at my mother's place. Come on. Hey, oh, okay, I accidentally changed course.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 10 Grad.
That's more or less dead ahead. So, Mr. Hinrich, please, once more.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Herr Kapitän.
Why don't I get that symbol? Yeah, somehow back then, like that time after school, I somehow stopped that hobby. It took so much time, and so then I got more and more interested in the pubs of the region with my friends. Yeah. Only 1 year to go until general surrender. Yes, you're right. Well, why not give it a hydrophone check? We are at least now in that area. When we sink a ship here, it should be accounted for the last stand. Yeah, I didn't have it in the back of my mind, so it was May 44 when the war actually ended, at least the war with Germany. Yeah, sunrise in the east stern.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And there we are, vanishing. And nothing is left
20 Meter.
than the flat sea. Yeah, 8 knots, this is relatively quiet.
Meter.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Yeah, the enormous range of the hydrophone. Engine stopped. In fair weather we should have, more than 90 miles of range to be able to detect just any moving propeller in this range. So I just wanted to check. Of course, sometimes these radar signals that you pick up, they don't necessarily come from airplanes only, but it could also be ship-mounted radar, of course. Although most of the time my experience is that it is airplanes when you get that alarm. So let's do a bit of time acceleration down here while we do the 5 minutes hydrophone check. And after 5 minutes, the crew will bring the boat back to the surface in this standard workflow. Blowing the tanks. Somebody has opened the valves so that now compressed air is gonna push the water out of the tanks back into the sea. Fore and aft, and also, oh, ach du Scheiße. Now go flank speed. Aircraft spotted. Oh shit, oh shit. What's the direction? Dive, dive, dive. We just came to the surface and have to dive again. So I made this mistake that I did not go deck awash. I didn't go deck awash. But yeah, okay, we were lucky. We were still lucky that we did that. So let's change course for now by 90 degrees, just in case that they might extrapolate our corals because they have spotted us. Okay, there it was at 60 degrees, which means they were somewhere there. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I already did use the snorkel a bit earlier tonight, but yeah, somehow it also goes on my nerves to be submerged all the way. But I think that was reality as far as I read or saw in some documentaries about the era that later in the war submarines were often going with the snorkel all day, and since the radar became so good and airplane mounted also all night, yes, yeah, makes sense, yeah. So guys, you can step away from battle stations. And now that we are here, we could do a little bit more strain and stress test on the boat, actually. Let's see if we can provoke a few more leaks to improve the battle readiness of the ship.
140 Meter. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
So let's go for 200 meters.
Tauchen auf 200 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 150 Meter. Meter.
Oh, we already have a bit of water in the bilge, so let's turn on the pump
Pumpe einschalten.
to get rid of that. Yeah, there is the first sounds. So that was not creating a leak, but it shows that,
Aktuelle Tiefe
that there
170
is
Meter.
bolts flying. Or at least some hardware giving away without creating a leak.
...180 Meter.
No, it's just a few
185
sips
Meter.
of water in the bilge. Although, okay, sorry, but that's a bit disgusting to call it a few sips in the bilge, if you imagine what the water in the bilge actually would look like.
195 Meter.
Yeah, as I already did these test dives several times and already patched several leaks, the
200
probability is severely reduced that we get leaks, but it is still there. And the deeper I go, of course, the higher probability becomes
Tauchen auf
that
220 Meter.
some gasket or pipe or something gives way.
Aktuelle Tiefe 205 Meter.
Yes,
210
yeah.
Meter.
Yeah, personal experience in the game, and yeah, you could even switch to first person view, and then you really have the maximum immersion. I once actually tried to play the game in first person captain's view
220 Meter.
and did that for a while, but yeah, it was just a bit too tough for my taste. The torpedo loading hatch. It's the aft torpedo loading hatch. Ah, yes, it's up there. So they are working on it. There is this guy,
Aktuelle Tiefe
obviously
200
trying to stop just the water rushing in, and Mr. Schneider then repairing the leak. I'm not quite sure how you could control this, teamwork of somebody just trying to reduce the flow of the intruding water and the other guy to actually repair the leak. Or what happens if I choose a second guy? So this doesn't work somehow. So I give him an additional guy to help, but it doesn't actually make a difference. So this is still a bit weird. So he did one important. Oh, we have another one. So now here we have one of the crewmates actually trying to yeah, prevent more water coming in, but at the same time, of course, now I'm gonna send
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Mr. Schneider. So,
Ja?
does Mr. Schneider have that ability to recover scrap? Yeah, very good. He's a salvager. He has that skill. So if he repairs, there is high probability that he creates some salvaged metal parts which could later be turned
einschalten.
into new spare parts. Ah, okay, by pressing control. Okay, that's tricky. Never knew that. What happened to Mr. Schneider? Where is his head?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Cap, sailor's cap. So he is not wearing a cap. He lost his cap. Hey Gerald. Nice to have you in. Good evening, how are you doing? How was your Monday? Okay. When they are definitely heading up north to Britain, and the manifest says something different, then I'm pretty sure that the manifest was faked. Yeah, so I think you did right. And probably you did get it accounted for your tonnage, right? I mean, if you would sink a neutral unrightfully, you wouldn't get the tonnage accounted. But I'm pretty sure that in this situation you would get it accounted for, right? So I pretty much love how consistent the game is about that. Like that you can deduce a ship flying false flag, even though you could not kind of find it out, you could still be pretty sure from the course sometimes. I quite like that. That's these features that make the game feel so consistent. Okay, so Mr. Schneider is actually salvaging at the moment, which means as soon as you have 2 scrap metal piles, you can turn them back into 1 spare part. So here we are with 5 spare parts again, although he did use 2.
Herr Kapitän.
So let's make sure that he is carrying 5 with him again. So this is pretty good. Let's see, I think not every one of my engineers has this ability. Okay. Mr. Arlos also can salvage spare parts. And let's see, what about Mr. Grade? He can't. So when I have a leak to repair, I should always first send Mr. Schneider and Mr. Arlos, my 2 mechanics, because they might create salvaged scrap metal. And Mr. Grade, the chief engineer, wouldn't. Oh, is it? Gerald, I wasn't aware. Ah, yes, weight loss. They always do, right? Okay, yeah. Was not 100% sure about that. But Gerald, yeah, I wasn't aware that you only have it when the ship is actually flying false colors or has fake documents. Is it like that? Yeah, Nico, might be. This is why you can actually board these neutral ships and take an inspection. Yeah, Gerald, I would not sign to that as well. I think you always have the option. I wouldn't bet my farm on it, but from my gut feeling, I would agree to weight loss. Yes, being wrong is perfectly fine. Yep. That's often the problem in our jobs. I mean, I'm working in industries, and it's such a pain in the ass that people have so much problems with, admitting that they are wrong or that something has been done wrong, and that costs so much money. Instead of that, people just put their balls on the table and say what it is. Yeah, because only if you clearly say what was done wrong, you actually can do it better later. Yeah, Nico, perfectly fine. I had that suspicion that it might have been a joke, yep. So shall we go a little bit deeper? Let's see, let's go for 40 and see what we get. And meanwhile, I hope that the air patrol up there is getting bored and leaving us alone. Did we get the water out, by the way? Yeah, we are dry. We are fairly dry at the moment. Just the ordinary bilge water. Oh yeah. Please repair.
235 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 240 Meter.
Oh yeah, that's the point. It's depending on whether you have any guy on board who does the language. Yeah, right.
Meter. Wassereinbruch im Maschinenraum gestoppt.
Yeah, probably they would have long manifest then as well. I don't know. Yeah, and there is always this kind of that you have the possibility to put some pressure and just pretend that the manifest is wrong. And sometimes they break down and admit that you're right.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Lenz, Pumpe einschalten.
Bit of water there, a bit of water here. A bit of water here. I think they changed it, or maybe it's an effect of the deep leaks mod that when you turn on the pump you can actually get water out of the other compartments. I think it was long in the game like that you could only get the water out of the central apartment, and you always had to get the water with buckets there. I think that was kind of a bit fostered by this scene in the movie where they do that. I think it's more realistic that you could well use the pump for all the compartments, but that you have kind of reduced pumping speed then. Hey, why are you not finishing the repair? How weird is that? Mr. Arles. Ah, it's the toilet.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Wassereinbruch in der Kombüse gestoppt.
Okay, good. The pump is running. Yeah, the pump has a very low efficiency independently from which compartment you pump the water, because we are so far down. And I also love that realism level, that down here we see that information. We only have 7% of efficiency left because we have to pump against that enormous pressure outside. Yep, yeah, the North Sea is astonishingly shallow. I was not aware of that before I actually played submarine games. Yes, yep. Yeah, now it's very slow to get the water out. And we could take a look at what's the readiness. Yeah, it was 24, now it's 26. That's pretty slowly rising, but I like that.
Tauchen auf 250 Meter.
250 meters.
Ja,
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Tiefe 250 Meter.
A pipe.
Kaloi?
Yeah, pretty much like that first-person view. Yeah, almost ready.
Wassereinbruch in der Zentrale gestoppt.
Alright. Did this create a spare part? No.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Yeah, sometimes you don't need spare parts. It didn't create
Herr Kapitän?
scrap metal, and
Befehle.
sometimes you need spare parts for repair and sometimes not.
Warte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Yeah, I did play Silent Hunter 4, but I never... Which one was the last one? Was the last one Silent Hunter 4 or Silent Hunter 5? I actually played it until I got this game here. But yeah, that's quite some years ago. I think it's 5 years or more that I'm not playing Silent Hunter. Yeah, okay, yes. Silent Hunter 5 had quite some backdraws in comparison to 4, but the graphics was more beautiful. And I remember that I installed a shitload of mods onto Silent Hunter 5, and then it was pretty enjoyable. Alright, so let's go back to, well, not to the surface right away.
Auf 20 Meter.
So here we are, having improved our readiness for a bit. 27%. Alright.
Aktuelle Tiefe 245 Meter.
...240 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 230 Meter.
I still have a few cashew kernels here. Yes.
Meter.
Yeah, let's hope that the airplanes are gone.
210 Meter.
While we were doing these test dives.
Meter. 195 Meter.
So let me be AFK while we get back to 20 meters and then carefully going for periscope depth to see if the air is clear.
190 Meter.
Meter.
170 Meter. 160 Meter.
150 Meter.
Okay, where we are? Yeah, it takes ages
35 Meter.
to come back from that depth.
...125 Meter.
115 Meter.
100 Meter.
Herr Kapitän,
Yeah, but there was no hydrophone contact, so that means that these radar contacts were all airborne, most probably.
Aktuelle Tiefe 90 Meter.
75 Meter.
55 Meter.
Yeah, we are still on the way to our mission area, but
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
a lot of aircraft contacts interrupting our safe passage. Yeah, imagine to be stuffed into such a type 7 for 2 months, 8 weeks. That's unbelievable.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
So this is really broaching the surface. So even this was a little bit too rough to go from 20 meters straight to periscope depth. Or I could have employed one of my technical officers for improved depth keeping. But I didn't do it right now, so we saw exactly that effect. So what if I man the radio? When you're on periscope depth, you should be able to use the radio. Yeah, that's not very smart to report that contact. I just couldn't resist, but I always fear that this gives away my position, or at least my presence. Yeah, come on, so
Herr Kapitän?
let's just interrupt it and not report it. And let's apply the snorkel. Yeah, so somebody please turn on the electric compressor.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if being using the snorkel, if this 100% makes sure that I'm not detected. My fear is that if the planes get close enough, they might still detect my snorkel, but I would not detect them coming in because I don't have any observer up there. I don't have the passive radar applied. So that's the risk, that then they would start depth charging me without me actually knowing or being able to react.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy.
On our way to the patrol area.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches Ziel in diesem Gebiet informiert.
Okay. Convoy BE 496. BE 496. So it is there. Convoy 02. Oops.
Funkraum besetzen.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
So BE 496 and a course of 64. Well, that's a fast convoy, 9 knots. Relatively fast, yeah. 64 degrees, 9 knots. $64 degrees. And going with 9 knots. Nine knots means 10 hours would see them there, and our if we stay submerged, what would be our average speed? Problem is that we are again dipping under, so we are not constantly going with diesel, but we are again and again obviously switching to electric, aren't we?
Funkraum besetzen.
Let's not send the report. It would give our position away. Okay, sorry, I wasn't heeding the chat for the last minute. So, Nico. Yep, it was great to have you in the chat. Always a pleasure. So, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Have a good night. So maybe I would better send Mr. Grade to depth keeping.
Herr Kapitän?
radio transmission at 10. It could it be them? Radio transmission 10 degrees. Could be. But it could also be other contact, like an airplane. Yeah, it's them maybe. So it's 10 o'clock. So 10 hours would be 8 o'clock in the morning.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Funkraum besetzen.
More reports.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Kurs setzen.
Herr Kapitän.
Jawohl.
Ja?
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Bestätige.
Okay, why do we have neglected interior? Bit weird.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
So let's do a thorough hydrophone check by now.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
So that was 10 hours, so they should be in range.
Tauchen auf.
Let's make sure that we get a good hydrophone reading and go down to 50 meters. Yeah, nice. There they are, but
Aktuelle Tiefe.
not quite where I expected them to be, but roughly. So give it
30 Meter.
that one.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Distance at the moment. Yeah, 50 miles.
Meter.
Hey Charles, how are you doing? Nice to have you in. No, not yet, not yet. We are on the way out from La Rochelle to the mission area, the last stand. And yeah, we were ambushed by airplanes, or at least we had a lot of air contacts. So again and again we had to dive, and we actually used the opportunity to improve the readiness of the boat according to the deep leaks mod that I'm using.
Aktuelle Tiefe 55 Meter.
But so Nothing sunk yet, but now we do have contact. And we got that information from another sub about this guy and its course and speed. And now we have the first our own radio hydrophone contact on the guy, and this is there. So nice to have them. They're something like 50 miles away still. And I think I would like to turn straight for them. It's 6:10. And let's see where they are within an hour. So from this rough estimate, they're going with, yeah, they're still far away. They should be going with 9 knots, which means they might be after 1 hour somewhere on that circle. So let's just finish the hydrophone check and then go back to the surface. Or, well, not to the surface, but to periscope depth. Yeah, you need a bit of some experience, or you could tune down the difficulty level. I think then it might become a bit easier. Gerald, you think it's better when you do it by yourself, yeah? Yeah, Charles, I 100% agree. I'm with you with this attitude. But yeah, of course, you need a bit of experience, yeah. Yeah, and yippee up, nice to have you in. How are you and how was your start of the week? Yeah, nice that you dropped into my my Dear Royal Daisy streams lately. Yeah, I'm not very good in maths as well, particularly without calculator and without paper, just doing it in my head. But yeah, you can get used to it, and then it's not too tricky actually. Hey, Stadler, nice to have you in. How are you doing? By the way, did you guys recognize that while I was playing DayZ on DRL that I actually was on a U-boat, on a submarine there? Hey, look at that. So, when you come from periscope depth and order hydrophone check, it brings the boat automatically back to periscope depth. So that's so smart. Yeah, okay. Well, it's holiday time, so why not? So I would like to go now for 1 hour. Not quite sure. We are also only going something like 8 knots while we are submerged although we are using the snorkel and the diesel, it's 12 knots of wind speed and a bit of wave actually. Ah, that's good. Yeah, that's good if you actually were successful with the Operation Weserübung, because I think this is a pretty hard one and takes quite some patience. So now let's go for 1 hour towards that contact and then see where they are after 1 hour when we do the second hydrophone check. And from these two figures, then I'm gonna extrapolate their course and interpolate their speed. So 1 hour would bring us to 7:05.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
By the way, let's make sure. Yeah, the crew also only automatically turns on the compressors when you're back to the surface, so... Ah, no, it did. I didn't blow the tanks. Yeah, okay, of course. They didn't blow the tanks because we didn't get to the surface, but just to periscope depth, of course, yeah. So, carry on a bit. 1 hour. Yeah, I was a bit surprised, and I'm not quite sure if a U-boat is the right tool for an escort mission. Maybe it's more like a recon. With the hydrophone, the submarine is a perfect recon tool, actually. So 1 hour. Let's do the next hydrophone check, please.
Auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Meter.
Yeah, look at my figures. To be honest, I skipped the Weserübung. That's the only mission that I did start and did not finish. I did the first two and then I ran out of patience to finish it.
Meter.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Okay, now second data point. They are there. Which would indicate that they are a bit slower than the 9 miles that the other submarine are estimated. 7, 8. They are not going 9 miles. 8 at max.
Meter.
Yes, exactly. I also didn't quite understand the winning conditions For Weserübung, that's a bit unclear.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
So now, after these figures, we can extrapolate their course to something like that.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
And we are going to put ourselves in front of them. So 1 more hour would see them here, roughly. And 1 more hour would see us. Yeah, we are pretty slow like that.
Meter.
Yeah. Now finish the hydro check. Yeah. Yeah.
Torpedorohr
Yeah, let's finish the 5 minutes hydrophone check
Seerohrtiefe.
and get back to Periscope.
Eloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, and let's go for 1 more hour again. And then do the next hydrophone check. And by this, I get several data points. So now we already have 2 data points. I'm going to get a third one. And by these 3 data points, we can fairly well extrapolate their course and speed. But maybe I would like to go a little bit faster. So, who is fit? Mr. Grade, if you were so kind, it's your off watch, but
Diesel besetzen.
I want you at the diesel right now.
Äußerste Kraft voraus.
So. Yeah, it's early morning, so this is definitely going to be a day approach. Hey, perfectly fine. Your English is perfectly fine. Nobody needs to be embarrassed. I mean, it's always a challenge to use a foreign language which you didn't learn from the scratch from your childhood, so yeah, all fine.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
maybe turn on the pump
Pumpe einschalten.
as long as we are still out of listening range of any escort. So that's 1 hour, so do the next hydrophone check. So from my dead reckoning, they should be exactly here right now, or well, exactly there on that line. Let's see if I'm true. If I'm right, if I'm true.
30 Meter.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that I still have the Weserübung offered there. On the map, it looks like I could still do it. And here, look, it looks like I have probably done 1, 2, 3, and already run 1 from number 3. So I would guess that I have done 4 of the objectives then. Maybe. And yeah, if you look at it here, it looks like I could still do it. Although the time limit is long gone.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
So the problem is now, if we sink a ship, we will not get the tonnage accounted for this particular mission, because we have not yet set foot into the patrol area, but we will get it accounted for the last stand, because it is within the range which is stated here in the last stand.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Isn't it since the last update that you could get a new mission via radio? I'm sure that you could, but I think I heard people say that this is kind of buggy.
55 Meter.
Or I don't know, I think I even tried it myself and saw that it was kind of weird. Not quite sure anymore. But at least there is the idea since the last update that you should be able to do it via radio. Yeah, it's buggy, yeah. No.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Next data point. So that was a good guess, wasn't it? So the guys are not moving with 9 knots, but more moving with 8 knots. And this is something that I love in the game. That these guys who radioed us the information that they are also not perfect guys, but that they were wrong maybe for 1 knot by determining their speed. Yeah, these uncertainties, this fog of war, uncertainties of data, this is something that is greatly done in the game. This is something that you often don't have in such simulations. Having kind of uncertain information. So next would bring them there. How large is the convoy actually? Okay, it's much smaller than the convoy that we had in the last mission. By the way, there is loads of people coming into the stream. Welcome, guys. You're anonymous, so don't worry. Perfectly fine if you just lurk and watch, but of course, feel free and invited to participate in the chat. Or give me a follow if you like what you see. So, what's the recent distance from them to us? 20 miles, roughly. 20 miles. Let's finish the hydrophone check for now. And get back to periscope depth.
30 Meter.
So I think I'm going to change course
Eine Tiefe 15 Meter.
to really get into their way.
Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
So half an hour should bring us there, right? Roughly. Yep. Yeah, yep. So I'm curious if that's gonna work. Here we are. So no smoke visible on the horizon yet. It's 1:15. Let's go. Why do I have neglected interiors? So is there something wrong with my watch schedule? I didn't change anything. So at the moment I have Erwin Hornickel at the cleaning station. There he is, so somebody is actually cleaning the boat. Right. On we go. Now propellers detected, yes. I think I'm gonna speed down
Voraus.
so that they don't detect us. Distance. Question is when it's time to lower the snorkel. Hey, not wet, just cold. Great to have you in. How are you doing? Hope you had a good Monday. Good start of the week. Yeah, okay, so that's good, because you would not like to give your crew the shore leave during the Weserübung, yeah? Yes. Well, the smoke, I think there is something faint at the horizon. Now, Captain. Yeah, let's first give it an estimate on the map. What would be their bearing? They should be somewhere there by now, which would be 25 degrees. Minus 25 degrees would be 35, right? Yeah, and there they are. First faint hints of their smoke column. Yeah, no shore leave during Weserübungen, yep.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
So that was now roughly half an hour, which means that their position should be there, halfway between these two marks here. In turn, that would mean that they are something like 10 miles away. And we should have them dead ahead now. Yes. Ooh, yeah, so this one is probably an escort if it is so much out of formation. So then this is the bulk. That's also an escort, I guess. And the bulk of merchantmen. Yeah, last convoy we were successful in infiltrating it unnoticed. And we were able to sink one big 7,000 ton ship. Let's have fingers crossed. It's always a bit of, a matter of good luck that late in the war, whether the escort, which is going in front of the convoy, detects you or not. So I think that's a good point in time to actually run in the snorkel.
Schnorchel einfahren.
Get it in.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kapitän,
Mr. Arlos, you can turn in, and Mr. Grade, please take over for the improved depth keeping. Yeah, Mr. Arlos needs some sleep, obviously. Look at the bar down here. Yeah, and then, you should really start it at the very earliest opportunity, yeah.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
They're still too far away to detect us. And too far away to worry about the maintenance status of the torpedoes. But yeah, that's actually the main job of my Mr. Schneider, my second mechanic. He's not a watch officer, and his main job actually is to take care for the maintenance of the torpedoes. Ah, he has his cap back, remember? We saw his bald head in, yeah, something like half an hour ago. Food. Yeah, you should just never forget to transfer sufficient food to the galley. Yeah, at this distance it's still completely unrisky to completely run up the periscope.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Yeah, that's looking like a bunch of irregular smoke columns, but maybe they're just changing course. Maybe it's one of these macro zigzagging convoy. The last one that I ran into here, last mission, was not macro zigzagging, I think. But this one might be that they're just about to change their course.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kaloin,
Okay, so let's enter these onto the map.
ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Okay, they even say this one's moving away, so that's an escort.
Herr Kapitän, Herr Kaloin,
Yep. Yeah, of course, that's quite a travel to get over to the other side of the big pond. now. Yeah, at one point I should slow down. Maybe that point in time is reached right now. What would be the distance? 7 miles. Yeah, let's go kleine Fahrt. Now we could just wait it out here and wait for them to run across us. Yep. Yeah, so that takes quite a lot of time, yep. And then find the milk cows. Well, find, you know where they are, but you actually have to get in contact with them and refuel and everything. Yep.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
So, Captain, what's the situation? Are they more shifting to the right? That's what it looks like at the moment.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
If I extrapolate that, yeah, maybe they are on this zigzagging leg right now, or just taking course onto that zigzagging leg. Might be. And then I'm really a bit too far away. So this macro zigzagging is pretty efficient. Yes, I had several milk cows placed here. Don't know if they're still there, but I didn't hear anything that they got destroyed or something. Yeah, I did them Operation Paukenschlag with Operation Drumbeat with the Type 7, yep. Yeah, they're getting really close. I don't dare to go faster now than this. But to me it looks like maybe they are zigzagging like that and now just turning onto that leg.
Herr Kapitän?
We will see. Sooner or later I have to make sure that I run in my periscope. Hey, that pretty much looks like I am in a good position.
Alarm! Zerstörer kommt schnell näher.
Oh fuck.
Peilung 330 Grad.
330. Is it him? Probably one of these guys. Yeah, we are not yet in a perfect position, but I do have that gut feeling that they are actually zigzagging on us. So let's get the periscope down. It's 12 knots and there is quite a wave for 12 knots. Yep. It's just a bit of patience that you need to do the trip then, yep. So by the way, I don't want to have the crew on
Alarm beenden.
battle stations all the time, and turn off the gyro. Let's be quiet and do the silent running. But we are still going with forward 1, forward 1. Hey, why do you poke the periscope up? He usually doesn't do that. When I have manually put it down, he usually doesn't put it up again by his own. Well, now the worst case what could happen is that they are on a leg like that. I'm going for that, and then they suddenly turn around. And if I don't recognize that fast enough, yeah, well, I think I'm fine with that. I could just manually stop the alarm and that's fine. Yeah, at Paukenschlag, the convoys already started to do this ugly zigzagging. And on the other hand, on Paukenschlag, I had it, I think, 2 times, maybe even 3 times, that I did run into a convoy which got stuck, like they didn't move anymore. So they did in the beginning, and after a while they were just all halted with 0 speed and just sitting ducks for me to sink them. That was 2 or 3 times. It's kind of a bug. I don't know if it's still there, and I think I also had it in the Arctic missions a few times.
Tanker, 325 Grad.
That, of course, would be great to sink a tanker. That big guy, velocity 8. I cannot yet tell which one. Just can't say. No. Well, let's just choose any. And keep it flat. Get the periscope down. And wait for it. Let's do this little bit of cheating, just to get an impression. So that's this. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. No, I saw the tanker. Some escort. Yeah, come on, let's get back. Let's not do too much cheating. But this is the tanker I would like to sink.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Herr Kapitän. Zerstörer 295 Grad. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Could it be like that? That's their extrapolated course. And then putting me like that.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
7 cables, not too bad. $3 miles. Yeah, the maintenance.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Mr. Arlos, you could also do some maintenance.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Yeah, maybe the guy is coming in like that, but not quite clear if I always pick the same contact there, but it looks like it could be one ship, maybe the tanker. Yes, Oblivion we have. So there is a medium-sized convoy coming in from here, and like here, as you see, it was reported by another submarine that it was on that course, and so we went to intercept it. Finally got our own hydrophone contact on it, and by the hydrophone contacts extrapolated their course like that and their speed to 8 knots. And now we have eyes on one particular tanker which is going pretty much ahead of the convoy. And now my hope is that we actually get that convoy, that tanker down. And I hope that these dots here actually represent consistently the position of that tanker. Yeah, we must be careful with the periscope by now. There he comes. And so it is the funnel aft and two kind of constructions. So it could be this one. With this one, if you ask me, pretty much looks like the T2. I think it's a T2 with a draught of 7.1. Let's keep that in mind. And so any guesses? I'm always thankful for your guesses about the targeted ship. Yes, I would, of course. And at the moment, it looks like that I am in the lucky position that, yeah, this tanker is moving. Often you can't choose. You let the convoy pass across you, and then, yeah, you don't have too much margin to maneuver, because maneuvering would emit noise, and noise would make you visible to the escort. So it's a bit of good or bad chance, and in this case it looks like we have good chance that we ran right into the way, into the keel line of that tanker. Yeah, let me show it again briefly. By the way, I'm gonna give it a save. W515. Yeah, if you have a hit rate of more than 50%, I think you're pretty good in historical comparison, aren't you? So my hit rate is 60%. So let me, there it is. Any guesses? Yeah, right. That was my guess as well. It's a T2, yep. So let's hide away the periscope again. Okay, yeah, so historical rate was much less, yep. Yeah, right. They always, is it only them? They always look like listing, yeah. %, that's good. That's definitely more, 10% more than I have. So I'm not quite sure. I think you do it manually, yes, the targeting and everything. Yeah, same for me. Yeah, I always have have trouble with, like, here the distance is given in meters, and on the map it's given in miles. So that's a bit ugly. It would be good to also have the distance here in miles, like on the map. But I think the only thing that you could do is make the distances on the map in meters, and that I don't like. I would like to have the distance here in miles then. So what is the angle on bow at the moment? So we should be more or less, let's first give it another check.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Let's assume that we have a 90 degrees angle with their course, and then the angle on bow. So if they are at minus 55 degrees, and it looks like they are, yeah, minus 55 degrees, it's .35 left to 90 degrees, so the angle on bow should be 35 roughly, and I am on starboard side roughly. Here, if you figure it out, like having here an angle of, what did I say, 55, then the angle on bow would turn out to be 35. Yeah.
Corvette 280 Grad.
There is a Corvette coming in from there. Let's just hope that they don't go for us before we can nicely place 2 or 3 torpedoes into that guy. Yeah, at the moment I'm completely silently running. The only noise that we still have is the dive planes. I don't want to go to manual because I would be afraid that then I wouldn't be able to keep the depth properly and might give away myself by broaching. Depth charge some distance away. Okay, that means that somewhere this convoy is being attacked by another German submarine. And this is very good because this probably is gonna drag away part of the escort from my side here. Assuming that this attack of the other German submarine is not coming from right where I am. I think not. I think the periscope is too small to have it on the radar. Question mark. I mean, in the game. At least I'm usually fairly successful in the way that I do it here. Only kind of peek briefly with the periscope and then put it back down into the waves. But meanwhile, there might be escort well in vision range. So I assume that this is my tanker friend.
Herr Kapitän?
So that looks pretty good what I'm doing here. Fingers crossed. 3 times knocking on wood. Stadler, to be honest, I didn't quite get your point of that last remark. So like that it's different like if you reload, and I mean the performance of the NPC German submarines is a bit of random then. Is it the conclusion from what you observed? That in the one run they actually did sink a ship and in the other run they didn't manage to sink a ship? Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Weserübung is weird. So angle on bow being 50, while I am at, and that's not quite consistent. From that it should more be 40, right?
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
And what about the distance?
4, 0 rechts.
Something like that,
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
which would be
Entfernung zum Ziel 3, 4,
something like
5,
2
7
miles.
Meter.
2. Yeah, that's pretty consistent what I have here. That's pretty consistent. So finally, if I stay here, they should be a bit more than 1 mile away, and that's
Fahrt voraus.
too close, too far. Want to get close then more than a mile. Yeah, the problem is that these missions of Weserübung, they're kind of scripted. The other missions, like this one here, this is evolving naturally because the game has these natural paths of convoys and either you find them or not. And yeah, the Weserübung is kind of triggered when you reach certain areas, then an encounter is triggered, and this gives this feeling of inconsistency. While in the rest of the game, when you do this kind of convoy hunt here, you have convoys passing along certain paths which we just don't know, and either we find them or not, but they're there actually. Nothing scripted, no triggered encounters or something. And that works perfectly fine. And for Weserübung, I think there are these kind of triggered encounters. And the triggered encounters are bullshit. I think this is what you also had in the other submarine simulations earlier. And this is a big, great thing about this one here, about U-Boat, that you usually don't have these triggered encounters, but that they just evolve from, the boundary conditions. One mile. No. So 320, it's minus 40. So now we should have an angle on bow of 50, and that's consistent actually.
Gegner lag 4, 9, Bug rechts.
And the distance of 50, the angle of 50 should give a distance of 1. Yeah, pretty exactly 2 miles. 2 miles, 1,800 times 2 is 3,600, right? Let's see if this is consistent with the figures. Only 2,400, so they are closer
2, 4,
than I
8,
thought.
6 Meter. Gegnerlager 5, 1 rechts.
Alright, that looks fairly good. Just not sure. I'm a bit unsure about this course that I extrapolated of theirs. Yeah, when they are so close, the hydrophone is not pretty precise anymore. Yeah, that's a big one. anchor is a big one. Oh, I completely forgot about the maintenance. Oh shit. This is happening to me again and again. So 3 and 4, tube 3 and 4 need urgent maintenance. I hope I'm not too late. What would be the distance now? According to my figures. So torpedo tube 1 and 2, they looked alright in terms of maintenance. Here I go. Yeah, they look so much like listing. So 40. Yeah, I think it's not quite correct. It's going on a slightly different course than I have. 20 degrees. Yeah, but no, it's fine. It's fine. And it looks so much like it's listing. It is actually.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1818 Meter. Winkel 7 hoch rechts. Gewartet.
Okay. So we get the maintenance of the torpedo tubes. Very good. So fire 3, 4 and 5. I think I'm gonna fire 3 torpedoes on that guy to be on the safe side. So like here, I'm gonna put a depth of 7.5.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung
I usually
zum Ziel
try to be closer.
7 Meter. Gegnerlage 0 rechts. Aktualisieren. Winkel 5 rechts.
I usually try to be closer than that one.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1,557 Meter.
And there we are.
Winkel 5
That's
hoch
the
rechts.
perfect angle.
Rohr 2 bewässern.
7.5 is the depth.
Los. Rohr 3 bewässern.
1 to the bows. 1 to the center.
Rohr 4 bewässern.
1 to the stern. 1 to the No.
Ja. Der Torpedo ist auf halbem
Oh, this is gonna be a close one. That could be just ahead of the bows.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
No, it's gonna be a hit. Just fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that it's not gonna be a dud.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Oh shit, it was a dud. Fuck, that was so beautiful. What about this one? Fuck. The second dud and the third is gonna be a miss. How could I have 3 duds in a row? No, 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 guys. Don't give me that. Yeah, somewhere in the game you can have that as upgrade, actually, as boat upgrade. Ah, come on. 2 duds in a row. Yeah, they wonder what that bonk sound was. Yes, yeah. I did set it to magnetic. Hey, come on, fuck it, I'm gonna reload. We were in such a wonderful firing position. I usually try not to reload when things don't work. If I would have fucked it up because I missed it and did the wrong figures, okay, but just having duds. Were they? I think at that time they should have been fairly reliable, weren't they? Yeah, thank you, Stadler, yeah. I mean, maybe it's not bug.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1602 Meter. Winkel 80 rechts. Rohr 2 bewässern. Los. Rohr 3 bewässern. Los. Rohr 4 bewässern. Los. Ja.
They were well maintained, so that's really ugly. I didn't forget the maintenance. Yeah, Gerald, if you say that the magnetic fuses were semi-accurate, I think that at that time in the war, the magnetic pistol should have been fairly okay, shouldn't it? So here you say that you cannot well reproduce anything. I'm curious now if I get the hit. Come on. Yeah, but the two others are gonna be a miss. Serious damage. Wow, second hit. And this one is going to be another hit. So yes, it should be enough, Gerald. Yep. Very good. And there is no any escort around.
Funkspruch erhalten.
They're all going after that other guy. After that other German submarine. That was good. 3 torpedoes, 3 hits. I'm a bit surprised by myself that all of them... Hey, look at that. There is something going off on that tanker. Did you see that? Huh. Yeah, I would be curious. I mean, we even got some... yeah, we were shaken by the explosion. And I think this is the first time that I actually had that experience, that there was an explosion going off on the tanker and that we were actually shaken by that. Maybe if you're closer, maybe you get damaged. And there is another tanker coming in. Guys. Let's reload the torpedoes. I want you guys to give it another go for that other guy. Maybe we can sink a second one. Mr. Arles, please help. Maintain and load. There they go. It's so comfortable if another submarine is attacking at the same time. But where do we have that other contact? Is it you? From afar? Oh shit, there is a destroyer coming in. But where's this other? There is a destroyer coming. Shit, I hoped. And this one. Would have been so nice to sink this one. But the destroyer is gonna be trouble. Angle on bow at the moment would be 90 degrees. Yeah, we can't tell yet. They're going down, very good. So we are definitely gonna get accounted for that. Maybe I should hide away my periscope now and see if we could sink this guy as well. I think it's passing by even closer than the other one. Yeah, I only have T5 Zaunkönig astern to sink, like for example escorts which are following me, but the Zaunkönig, they don't work on merchantmen. When you fire a Zaunkönig on a merchantman, it's following it nicely, hits it, but obviously it doesn't have enough firepower to sink it or even stop it. I had it several times and it feels a bit like a bug actually. If you have a Zaunkönig going after a merchant, it hits astern, but it doesn't even slow them down.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Yeah, exactly. That's the sound homing torpedo. And I had it in several occasions that I was followed by an enemy escort, and then via stern torpedo I did just blind fire this homing torpedo, and it actually sank, single shot sank the escort. But on merchantmen it just doesn't work. So this is why I always have the T5 in my stern torpedoes. If I get into the situation of being followed by an escort, and in the boat torpedoes I only do have the other torpedoes. And yeah, hey, Holiday Punch, nice to have you in. How are you doing? Getting pretty late around here already. Yeah, 2:45. Yeah, but yeah, I can sleep a little bit longer tomorrow. Doing home office at least in the morning. In the afternoon I have to go for a meeting, for a live meeting at my office. But in the morning I am relatively flexible. So which one? Tell us, which movie did you watch? I also watched a movie, and it was Inception is the name, with Leonardo DiCaprio by Christopher Nolan. That's the movie that I watched earlier before I started that stream. And I kind of liked it. It was a documentary then. So angle on bow would be 60 degrees then. And the distance, they're really close. They are really close now. Hey, come on. Yes, it's another T2. Just the same ship.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 8,5 Meter. Lage 7,4 rechts.
Yeah, right. There we go. I hope that the torpedoes are loaded and well maintained. So it's gonna be... Oh shit. Why don't we have it? It's just a T1. So I could fire the torpedo tube 3 only.
Aktualisieren. Lage 9,1 rechts. Rohrteil bewässern.
Type 3.
Los.
That's all that I can fire at the moment. Oh shit, what was that? Was it going off prematurely? That pretty much looks like that. That was going off prematurely. I never had that before. That torpedo was just exploding before it reached the target. Yeah, come on, but I wouldn't reload another time. Let's give it a save. That's bad luck. Yeah, but that's actually really the first time. I had a lot of darts, of course, since I played the game, but I never, in all these years, I never had it that a torpedo went off prematurely. But yeah, to be honest, I kind of like that approach. Yeah, the magnetic pistol floor, yeah. Let's get the periscope down and reload the tubes. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Gerald. Yeah, you describe it beautifully. So good luck for these guys. Why is this taking so long? It looks really buggy. There's nothing going on there. Pretty much looks like it got stuck.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
It definitely got stuck. Shit. So I could have fired 2, but that was definitely a bug. That the loading of that torpedo got stuck. Yeah, there is more ships coming in. Do I get another opportunity? Maybe I could turn around and try to torpedo that one. It's a C3. Yeah. So...
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Maybe I'm gonna sink another C3. Let's see. Wow, that was a lot of tonnage. Hey, come on, could that be? We were at 7,000 tons. Could it be that this tanker had something like 15,000 tons? Wow, that was a big one. So that already brought us half through the whole sub-campaign here. Through the half of, 25, almost 25. Wow.
Zurück. Kurs setzen.
So,
195 Grad. Lagerleuen.
$195, so that would be somewhere there. Yeah, this one there, that's a destroyer, isn't it? But maybe we get the opportunity to fire a few torpedoes towards that C3. Oh yeah, so you finished them right now? Without doing any escort mission. Wow. Okay. That's a very good hint. Because the escort missions are really pain in the ass. Yeah, that guy is now doing this wobbling of the course. This short period zigzagging. Ah, by the way, let me be AFK for 1 minute. And then we are gonna kill that C3 as well. Alright, so I would be really glad if we would be able to sync that one as well. Torpedo status. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 4 in good condition, the other one being loaded. It's still locked onto that one. There it is. Velocity 8. So, it being 40 degrees, so angle on bow should be roughly something like 50. Yeah, it's wiggling its course, but I assume that it's still going that average course. And here we are. Yeah, that's a C3. This one here with a draw of 7.3, so I would stick to a magnetic of 7.5. Or maybe I should. I don't know. Yeah, I want to stick to the magnetic pistol. Now, what about the distance? Would be
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 1,315 Meter. Gegnerlage 6, 0, Bug links.
one, two. There it is. Could be slower. Let's go for 7 knots because it's zigzagging.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1,98 Meter. Gegnerlage 6, 7, Bug links.
Yeah, the angle on bow looks all right. Distance by now.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1,210 Meter.
Pretty far away still.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1,191 Meter. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1,087 Meter.
Now let's get the periscope down quickly.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Ja. 30 Sekunden. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Okay, this is gonna be a miss.
Ja. 20 Sekunden.
This one might be a hit. Fingers crossed that it's not gonna be a dud. Fingers crossed. Let's it not be a dud. Come on.
Schwere Schäden.
Heavy damages, alright. And what about this one? So, another hit. Serious damage. Yes, strike. Exactly. Yeah. Nice. So it should be going down by that. Can't believe that it would survive that. 2 hits, 2 serious damages. Yeah, the third one was going in front of them, in front of the bows. The first one actually, the first one was too far ahead of their bows. But the second and the third, they did hit. I actually wonder if it's gonna turn around. There is this kind of mechanics. Let's see what that one is doing. At one point they should turn around. It's this meandering torpedoes, isn't it? Yeah, right, Stadler. 2 hits should be enough, right? And it was both serious damage. Why is it not turning around? I thought this was one of these meandering torpedoes. But it never works out. And now, okay, obviously I did choose the wrong direction for it to turn. But let's see what this one is gonna do. Maybe he's gonna wreak havoc onto somebody else. Yeah, probably not. Would be just too lucky. There it's homing in. Wow. Hey. Could even be hitting us, actually. Let's see what the guy is gonna do.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Yeah. The crew is evacuating. Yeah, you're right. I should look out for escort ships. But I'm really curious to watch what this torpedo is gonna do. It really looks like it might, just by chance, hit that ship a third time. Or just barely miss and hit us, maybe. Now it's turning around again. Okay. Yes. It's this kind of mechanism. Yeah, not working. Yeah, but it's interesting to see how it behaves. Yeah, there is this other guy passing by astern. Distance, I don't know. Distance is probably just 400.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 4,00 Meter. Winkel 8,4. Bug rechts. Rohr 5. Bewässern. Aktualisieren. Winkel 9,9. Bug rechts. Geschwindigkeit 8 Knoten. Rohr 5. Bewässern.
Yeah, let's give it one more try, but I think it's completely pointless to fire these sound-seeking torpedoes onto a merchantman. Hey, don't I get a gyro synchronization?
Rohr 5. Bewässern. Los. Sekunden bis Torpedo einsch. Ja.
Yeah, as usual. I would expect that this torpedo would leave its optimum depth and then go straight for the propeller, explode there, and still would not do any damage. I think if a torpedo would explode right at the stern, I would expect that the ship would stop instantly. But yeah, I predict that just nothing happens, that it would not get any damage from that one, not even be slowed down. Here you see minimal damage. So how could that be? Okay, but this propeller stopped this time. The propeller did stop. Ah, okay, there is the realistic T5 torpedoes mod. And it's reliable. But still, this is something I didn't have before. Before I had many instances where the ship was just moving on. Without any effect. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I sometimes have the suspicion that stopped ships might even become repaired. Do you think that this is actually happening? A ship which stopped like this one, that if you wait long enough that it gets repaired and gets moving again? I'm not sure, but that's at least my suspicion. Now and then. Yeah, maybe I can give that T3, that C4, one more conventional torpedo to actually get it down. Yeah, I'm positively surprised that this hit with the Zaunkönig torpedo, that it actually made that ship stop. I had it in the past that I perfectly well hit a merchantman in the back, just astern into the propeller, and it didn't even stop. Are there any escorts around? That might be an escort. No, it's not just... Yeah, it's just one of these old school merchantmen. So it looks like the other ships, all the escorts might still be on the other side of the convoy hunting my pal. I didn't hear any depth charges lately. Yeah, that guy is going down. I think I don't have to give him the functious. That other guy here, I am a bit afraid that he might repair the damages and be on its way. So torpedo tube 2 and 4 is ready. And one got stuck again, obviously. Two and 4.
Peilung 270 Grad.
Kleine Fahrt vor.
Zerstörer 300 Grad.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 4, 1, 2 Meter. Gegnerlage 2, Bug rechts.
Yeah, let's see if we can sink that guy as well. With torpedoes 2 and 4.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Ah, come on, is it moving again? Is this the proof? No. Did we just see? Or is it just me? No, the propeller's not moving.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Koordinaten setzen.
Bohr 1 geladen.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 2 Meter. Alle Maschinen stoppen.
Oh, that's a military. One and four.
Bohr 1 bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 6, Bug rechts. Gegnerfahrt 0 Knoten. Bohr 1 bewässern.
Bohr 1 bewässert.
Los! Ja,
Yeah, this is a sitting duck. That must. I hope that it's gonna be a hit.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 6, 5, 3 Meter.
Let's take torpedo tube 4.
Könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Tor 4, bewässern. Los. Vierzig Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. Schwere Schäden. 20 Sekunden. Ja. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Wow, that was good luck. We also got that one, obviously. Is it? Come on. That's this one. That one's gonna go down, I guess. But we scored a second hit. Not quite sure which one we did hit. Did hit one of these guys, didn't we?
Ja.
However, let's give it a save. And yeah, it can't be the other way. This guy has to be going down. Yeah, we got scored for that one. We are at 30,000.
Funkspruch erhalten. Folgen Sie mir.
So, Mr. Hinrich, please. Oh shit. We are being pinged. Yeah. There we have the enemy coming in. So let me be AFK just for a minute and then see how we handle that. Yeah, come on, we should go down. I just wanted to report that before diving.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
They are going for us. Let's see.
25 Meter. Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Alarm. Auf Gefechtsstation.
Herr Kapitän.
70 Meter.
Jager 9, wir wurden von Estig gehortet.
Alright, there we are being pinged. Oh shit.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Schneller, schneller.
That's hedgehogs. That's hedgehogs. They're firing hedgehogs on us. Let's see that we get away.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns. Wasserboden sehr nah.
105 Meter.
There we see the hull.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, maybe we got away from that.
120 Meter.
The crew is strained and stressed, but only at a level of 10%, which is not too bad.
130 Meter.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Verstanden, Kommandant.
145 Meter.
Mr. Hinrich, make up your mind. If you can't help, go to bed.
Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 30 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 170 Meter.
30 degrees. That's somewhere there.
Meter.
Zerstörer 260 Grad. Angel 215 Grad.
200 Meter.
Yeah, so here the enemy has detected our radio transmission. But still, I'm glad that I did send that out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's good that we actually had tested the boat for that depth. I'm pretty sure that we have much less probability of being detected, being depth charged, being groundhogged, being hedgehogged when we are at a depth of 200 meters. But I don't dare to go deeper because right now I don't want to risk any leak, which would create additional noise by repairing it. Just wonder why Mr. Henry is not doing anything useful.
Aktuelle Tiefe 205 Meter.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Schrauben. Bounce. Zerstörer. 245 Grad. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. 200 Meter.
Yeah, we do have some water in the bilge, but we can't help it right now. Not a good point in time to turn on the pumps. oxygen level is, yeah, still 75%, 76%. Yeah, battery capacity is never critical in comparison to oxygen level. This is already, yeah, always on the critical path. Ah, we have a leak. Yeah, this deep leaks mod, it's so great. It gives so much more to the immersion.
Wassereinbruch in der Zentrale gestoppt.
Okay, guys, it's so late. If I look at the time around here, it's 10 to 4 in the morning. And although I can sleep a little bit longer tomorrow, I still have to work. And so I'm gonna call it a day. So it was a pleasure to have you. Weight loss, like usual. Thanks for your presence and participation in the chat. Always great input. Startler, that was very interesting that you shared with us your experience that you had on your last mission. And generally great to have had you in. Looking forward to see you again. And Gerald, same for you. Pleasure to have you. Holiday Punch, if you're still there, maybe you're already logged out. Not quite sure. So, guys. And Oblivion was with us. I don't know if you're still in the stream. If you are, thanks for joining. And Just Gold, you also went to the stream. Not sure if you are still there. So, guys, it was a pleasure to have you. Yippee yap, if you are still in the stream. Have a good night. Great that you joined. And Charles Numbers, I don't know if you were in the stream at the very beginning. So you might be still there lurking, and if you are, so let me state that it was great to have you in. And guys, looking forward to see you. Definitely gonna do another stream tomorrow, but I don't yet quite know whether I'm gonna do U-Boat or something else. So, see you and have a good night. Or good evening if you're from the US. Bye bye.